wonder my computer did her. Space and Rim World. I'm getting close to burned out on it though. It's been out for a while. This is my starship. You're gonna hear this a lot tonight, but it's not pretty. It's not fast. What it is absolutely shit fucking powerful. Because of this reactor that's way too big for this ship. This is way overpowered for this ship. I'm running it at like 10%. And between that and the solar panels, it's powering the whole ship. It's so powerful I could probably get away with just having a single capacitor. Because it fills up the capacitor faster than I can use it. Let's find somebody to start a fight with. Asteroid's cool. One thing I did learn recently, as it turns out, you can launch nukes from the surface of a planet and hit a target in orbit. So if I ever come up against a ship I can't fight effectively, I can just nuke them. But I have to survive long enough to do that. Let's move our orbit so we're closer to our base. That way nukes will have less traversal time. And it froze. It was hiccuping and freezing. So I researched what might be causing it based on the error codes, and I was able to stop it once. I fixed that, and then some other things started happening that caused it to do the same thing. And I couldn't stop it after that. So I couldn't understand the codes. There we go. That's a better position. There's one city here, but it's a ruin. I don't care to kill everybody there. That's an ally anyway. Not a very wealthy ally. But our mission now that we're in space is just to kill everybody. Everybody. Speak of the devil. Oh, they're down here. Fuck. That's going to be difficult. I'll just let my defenses handle them. I got a pig cube. The pig cube! It's a cube full of pigs. It's a pig cube. I'm trying to mitigate the absolute fucking nasty filth that's everywhere by putting sterile silver floor tiles down at great expense. Because the robots just can't clean up the filth faster than it accumulates. Pigs are just nasty creatures. Got 100 pigs, 100 cows, 100 chickens. This is a Starship USS Buttfucker. I don't know what's really called though. It's scrappy. It's not fast. It's not pretty. It's in fact ugly and slow. But it's very lethal. Because of the spinal railguns, which are the only guns that are worth having on your ship. The smaller turrets do nothing. I've got an Architect Spore. I was able to defeat a much larger ship. This thing punches way above its weight. It's like putting a V8 in. It's like putting a Hemi in a golf cart. It says no business being this powerful. I can sleep everybody from the colony if I needed everybody up here for some reason. If I had to evacuate. Just very efficient use of space. What it can't do is go to warp. Because I would need crypto sleep caskets for that. which I don't have for everyone. So we're stuck on this planet still, despite the fact that I looted a warp drive for one of the ships I killed. It's not sending me very hard ships. It calculates how badass your ship is in much the same way that it calculates the wealth of your colony when it's sizing raids. And it doesn't seem to register the Rematomics reactor. It only recognizes parts from its tool set that's specific to this mod. This is also cranked way the fuck down because we're not fighting right now. We're just powering the ship passively. I like this little efficient setup we have here. We got a research table, a desk, we got a fabrication bench. We can do everything we need to in orbit, just not very quickly. About 1/3 as quickly. Got a nutrient-based vat, we got a grinder, we can farm our own food. I don't know for how many people sustainably. There's also the problem that vampires need blood, which I don't have a solution for currently. Basically, we need... vampires, I guess, need to stay where they are forever. Also, not very good armor. Maybe I can fix that. The EVA suit. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also for the holograms. Fuck it, why not? We grow everything we need up here. It's kind of a pitiful looking ship, but it really does fuck. Part of why it's so ugly is it's hidden currently because the solar panels are out, but these heat exchangers have to be on the outside. If they're not on the outside, then they don't work. And even with all these heat exchangers, I'm only able to use 90% of the reactor's output. And even then, this reactor can only max out about 70% of this turbine. It's still way overkill, though. Let me dev in a ship battle, just to show you what I mean. Any minute now. So what you want to do with a little baby ship like this, which is OP, but there's still some strats. We don't have infinite shield capacity. We just close to it. So first you want to. It's a single ship, okay. If he's running away from you, his engines are pointing towards you, which means that you can take out his engines when he starts running away. Which is what you want to wait to do that until he turns around. First, you got to check for spinal weapons. I don't see any spinal weapons. That's a good sign. So we don't even have to worry about that. I guess I have no idea where a computer would be. I want to say in here. And then do you close the distance? I put all my trash out here so that the stuff that can be burnt gets burnt away by the engine exhaust, which saves me from having to build a crematorium on board my ship because I can just burn dead bodies in the ship exhaust. See, this is the limit for a railgun. This is the extended limit where you can still shoot with your railgun but not very accurately. We don't need accuracy. The pink limit is the limit for missiles, which is the problem because they're not very powerful individually, but they add up. Alright, he's in range. We're going to bring him... closer. He's at the midpoint. That's because when he starts to run away, we still want to be able to shoot him. He still has to be in range of the railguns to take out his engines. We don't. What we're doing is kind of cheap. It is very cheap, actually. We're kiting him. We're keeping at arm's length. We're using our engines. We keep him close enough that we can reach him with railguns, but that which has the longest range of any weapon. But not close enough to any of his, or any of the weapons with shorter ranges will reach us, which is good because enemy ships typically use a mixture of different weapon types. Like these are lasers, these are cannons. Sometimes there's plasma. Here's more lasers. So even if they have railguns, still only a fraction of their weapons can reach you. You're only really in danger if they have a spinal railgun, and that's why you got to prioritize taking it out. Nettis, you're on board the ship now. You're also the mechanitor of the ship and the de facto captain. Captain Nettis. It's cheesing it a little bit. It's not playing it the way it's meant to be played. I don't really care about that because we're a tiny little ship. Ooh, get fucked, brother! Were they loading into shuttles? They were not. Okay. Wrong place at the wrong time. What's happening? Oh, when you can cut off sections of the ship and they appear on a different layer. All right. Okay, so that's on the debris layer now, which means we can loot it even during battle. These poor bastards. Imagine what they're thinking. So that we didn't guess right about where the computer is. Which is why I think better scanners should let you peer inside the ship. I don't know, maybe they do, and I just haven't figured it out yet. These take a long time to cool down. Is a problem. I want to show you something. I'm going to use up some energy first. He's turning around. Okay, that's good. Which means it's our cue to advance on him and redirect all of our targeting to his engines. Spread out a little bit. Looks like we can keep pace with him. We don't have to advance on him. He's got the same number of engines as we do. We don't even have to turn our reactor up right now. What are we at? We're at like 10%, right? Yeah, we're at 10% reactor output. We don't need any more currently. Let's turn it all the way up just for fun, though. Just to show what's possible. We can only do 90% because that's how much cooling we have. Let's see that reactor. Plenty of heat capacity. Shield's not a problem currently. And you can't see, it's on the lower left, but the fucking... The battery is charging absurdly fast. The numbers are whipping by. We're at 99,000 right now. 9,100. 9,200. It's charging way the fuck faster than any of the energy. What am I trying to say? The power. Any of the options that they give you in the actual SOS2 mod are anemic compared to this. This turns out to actually be plenty of heat sinks. These are actually more important too, the coolant tank. They've changed the heat mechanics. You don't have radiator panels anymore. Are these ready to shoot yet? We got 11 seconds to go. That's the only downside, is it drags up battles. We mean infinite harm to everybody. We're not really friendly. This is a salvage bay, which lets us salvage, I don't know what the glitching is about. Salvage debris from defeated ships. We can't really use that the way I hoped we could. It'd be cool if you could just scan ships and see inside them more effectively. I could swear there's a way to do that. Tom 11, get out of bed and get on the scanning console. This is our little Starship Enterprise bridge. It has to share some space with other equipment because there's not a lot of room on this ship. Tom 11, get up. Tactical console, science console. Nettis, you go to the captain's chair. Once the engines are taken out, we can afford to play with them a little bit. These are doing that because they're in vacuum. They don't like to be in vacuum. They don't really work that way. That's a different vampire. The vanilla expanded vampires are not the same as the sanguophages, are they? Sanguophages are different. Alright, so we already won the battle. Doesn't matter. Let's dev in another ship. After these railguns. Let's see. What do I want to do? I'm pretty happy with the ship as is. We can probably defeat the whole campaign of this mod just with this ship. But I could also expand the shield. To its maximum. And expand the nacelles. I call them fucker pods or buster pods. Call you a busta. And just move all this shit up and then cram in another 2 spinal railguns on either side for 7 total. Because railguns don't generate fuck all for heat when they fire, so they're not. You can add more without any problems. That should be able to completely fucking ruin anything in the game. It also let us fit more engines for higher speed. It's not a good looking ship. I never said it was going to be. What if there's any downside to having the shield this size? Looks like we could afford to stretch out the nose of the ship considerably. That would also let us fit more heat exchangers on there. Blah, 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 blah. I can't fucking talk. I could also extend the rear, the badonkadonk, and fit maybe a couple more these on here. It wound up being like plus shaped until we. What I did the same thing last time. I had the same starter ship, but what I did eventually was expand this way, this way, then build in this area and this area, so it's like a crescent-shaped ship. And then I couldn't really expand anymore around here because I needed the railguns to poke out the front and form a seal with the hull. I'll probably do the same thing this time. For now, though, let's just have the shield normal. Because the larger it is, the more difficult it is to keep powered, I think. I think it absorbs more heat per shot if it's huge. Interesting. I didn't know that. So you're saying I could use some of the stuff from the vanilla expanded vampires mod to make it more practical in space to support vampires. Once I expand the ship, I'll try to find room for that. Because I'm not going to use up any more room on reactor stuff just because it's insanely OP. Let's show how OP it is by having another battle, and then it's already back to full. It was back to full like seconds after I shot. I lust for violence. I think everything's inside the shield, rather. I need to move this a little bit to one side, which is going to fuck up the placement of my spinal capacitor. I don't like that. Looks good enough. Let's dev in another ship. Sometimes it's a fleet, though. That's good to know. That now it's it didn't used to be that way. Before Hemogen was added, they had a different mechanic for that. Have they reconciled it so it's more compatible with an anomaly? And this time I want to impress upon you how fast it regenerates a battery, to the point where we only really need one ultimately, I think, which will free up a lot of space for other things. I'm trying to make it as efficient use of space as possible. What are we up against? 0 spinal weapons. Once again, this is kind of boring. This is kind of boring. Well, let's target ahead of time. I guess here? It's hard to say. So target the midsection. Now, this looks like it's where the bridge would be. Notice you get on the captain's console. Time 11, you get on tactics. Or Delta P is going to get on the science console. I didn't know robots could man the consoles. That's cool. I should make more robots for that purpose. The little builder robots can man any console. That's actually extremely useful for a spaceship. Let's see. Advance on him. How many engines does he have? He's got 6 engines. That means we do have to take them out as he retreats. When he shows us his butt, his booty, running away, we gotta take out his engines before he gets too far. We have heat purge valves, which unfortunately is a very expensive coolant, molten silver. Silver is the primary currency of this universe, but for some reason it's got to be silver. I love shmups. I love TurboGrafx 16 shmups, and I love Neo Geo shmups. I don't like the Tuhu kind of bullet hells, but I like the classic shmups on 16-bit consoles. These basically just shoot liquid money out of like anuses on the outside of the ship and just let it float into space, and there's no way to recover it. So you're just throwing money away in order to lose heat quickly because of the thermodynamic properties of spaceflight in RimWorld. Alright, we can set this to maintain. I don't know what to put here. There's nothing we really need to fit there currently. We have extra space with nothing to do with it for once. Alright, is the reactor at full blast? Reactor is at full blast. Look at the heat capacity. I'm not even going to show the other ship getting fucked up. Look at the heat. It's barely going up. Actually, it's going up quite a bit. This is a perfect time to use the purge valves, actually. Speak of the devil. Any missiles incoming? I don't see any missiles. Because this is not the Architect's shield, you can actually get it down and then up quite quickly, which is important because when you purge the silver, the shield goes down. I didn't have as much silver as I thought. I did not have as much silver as I thought. That's the problem. I don't know how that happened. I need immediate help. We're out of silver. I may have to save scum. Great shame, great shame. You can see the power meter up here. Actually, it's about 100, it's 150 per second. We may have to warp out of here. I may have overestimated how badass our ship is. I don't have that option. I don't know why. Well, we might be fucked. What have I done? I picked a fight for no reason, that's what I did. Are you close to shooting? We're not. Let's undo that. Let's not do that. Never happened. You saw nothing. No, I was never here. And we'll load up some rockets with crystal, silver, and then we'll reload them. I got a game for you, Nedis. Do you like TurboGrafx? Did you ever like Devil's Crush or Alien Crush? Because there's spiritual remakes on Steam. I think called Demon's Tilt. Legally distinct game. So I was caught with my pants down. Like I said, it's not perfect yet. It's not my ideal ship. There's a lot of force field to fill up still. But you can build them as big as you want in this game. You can build a Borg cube. If you like shmups, TurboGrafx is the shmup system. It's got like 70% of its library shmups. You can build a ship as big as this map if you want to, but it makes the game trivial. Like, there's never any challenge in any of the fights. You can basically have your whole colony in space if you want. And also the overlapping shields look kind of ugly. So I set myself a challenge whenever I play this. Always fit your entire ship inside of one force field, and that's the limits of your ship. And it makes it an interesting challenge to optimize, hyper optimize your use of space. This is my storage pool for my nuclear fuel. There's space here for an extra grow bed, so I made an extra grow bed. Architect goes here, heat exchangers here. Grow beds, toilet, shower, tub, hot tub, sink, chemical processor, neural superchargers, mech gestator, because it turns out to be pretty hard to get them into orbit. You wouldn't think it would be. Meow! What's up, kitty cat? What have you been up to? What crimes have you perpetrated? Tell me of your crimes, you goblin. Meow. What do you want? You have food. Come here. Come here. If you want to be pet, get on my lap. That's where petting's happen. I like my little cute kitchen. I like the two sides of the penis head. This is a flying penis. Let's not delude ourselves. It's got 3 giant testicles, but that's not important. Bridge over here, sleeping here, royalty here for the 6 head vampires eventually, and also for when I want to breed colonists to make more colonists. This side of the penis head has cold storage for food, as you can see. Has a modest hospital with nutrient paste drippers, so we don't have to monitor them. Nobody has to be a doctor up here. It's automated doctoring. We have a robot doctor, and we have they feed themselves basically. Nutrient paste goes from here to here, gets dispensed here. Then this is a little workshop where we do research and also generalized fabrication. So it's very modest, but everything you need to do, you can do in orbit. We have we have mech charges here, got smelting here, we got machining table here. There's room for everything, but just barely. Drugs are made here for medicine. This is styling station, which can be swapped out for others. The thing is, as you need different things, you can always deconstruct and reconstruct stuff. Here's my hot water boiler, and here's the heater itself for hot showers. It's got everything for up to 24, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, 24 people about. But anyway, I heard what it sounded to me very much like a permission to play some emulated TurboGrafx, so I'm probably going to do that shortly. Where'd the cable go? If I remember where the cable went. Let's get a shipment of silver loaded. That'll almost fill it up. Meow. Come here, baby. That should be good for a while, actually. Like my pig cube? They love it. They're happy in here. There's ceiling windows. They don't have plants like the cows do. The cows are lording it over them. Here, let me try to set up this controller. Do I have this connected to the right PC? There we go. Alright, it is paired. Just for funsies, since we have a Babington in the audience who's never played TurboGrafx, which is the big dick baller game system of Giga Chads. We're gonna play some TurboGrafx. Hang on. Alright, it only accepts what I have now. Oh, I want to use the proper controller for this. I can't do it though. I got so much stuff to set up that's take so long to set up. incoherent. I grow even more incoherent with time. That's not how you spell TurboGrafx. It's got an X. It's edgy. Superstar Soldier is a good place to start. I love the theme song of this. That crashed it. That's not what I meant to press on. Here we go. Someone's remaking this for an NES. I don't know why. What's the point of that? This one's a bit OP. Don't think about it. It's a flamethrower in space. Don't think about it. Notice you don't have to level up the weapons individually. If you're at power level 4 and you switch weapons, you immediately go to the highest level for that weapon. Interesting system. It's like the Dreamcast of its time. It's a generational half step. I don't know what that is. Tate. Andrew Tate? Do you mean the sideways monitor mode? If so, no, this is a home system. It's not arcade. It doesn't have that. Shit. Well, I panicked. Anyway, that's Superstar Soldier. There's so many good shmups, though, on this console. If you love shmups, it's a shmupper's paradise, if that's a word. Lords of Thunder, it's got Gate of Thunder. It's crazy to think that the first ever CD-ROM system was like a beefed up NES. That's how early CD-ROM games came out. Imagine Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force headbang into this. Look at these cutscenes. Whoa, nauseating. Weird effect there. Zero Ranger. Will do. What do you think, Nettis? Thoughts? Right? Let's sample some other stages. They went way the fuck harder than they had to. Look at how big those sprites are. I can't tell you how impressive that used to be. It's a hell of a game. It's one of the twos. Suck level anyway. I like how it's an RPG kind of. Like it makes you feel like you're playing an RPG or adventure game at the same time as a shooter because of the item shop and the fantasy theme. In between levels, you can like buy the different armors. Shit. I didn't say it was very good on an X-Bone pad. Notice that it can't do real parallax scrolling, but what it can do is have a lower foreground layer that scrolls on its own independent register, kind of like an NES Mega Man had a lot of backgrounds that work that way. And it has parts of the foreground that do overlap, but those are sprites. They move at the same pace as the scrolling independent layer. It's hard to describe. You can even on NES you can divide the playfield into horizontal stripes that can move at different rates, but you can't have them overlap. But you can make them look like they overlap on TurboGrafx by having sprite portions that look like they're part of that layer. Anyway, what a cool system. Sorry I got started on that. I didn't mean to, but any excuse to play TurboGrafx shmups will send me off and to go play them. What a great system. There's so many fucking good games on it. If you like shmups. Did you notice I have a sword? There's a melee weapon for up close, just like in Radiant Silvergun or Ikaruga, one of the two. I want to say both, actually. Did you gift it to me just now? Let me look. Zero Ranger. What's this about? Anyway, back to RimWorld. For the time being. I won't subject you to Gates of Thunder, which also has a kick-ass soundtrack, by the way. But it's a pretty standard space shooter, other than that. This was some cool graphics effects. What do you think life is like for these pigs? I feel bad for them. Do they need like a little barn like the cows have with some hay in it? Would they be happier with hay as a floor material instead of silver? I wonder. I don't have enough fuel rods to replace those yet. I'm also almost out of fuel. My prisoners aren't pooping enough. I think what I need to do is deconstruct all these batteries, because since I moved them to here anyway, and kidnap more people to produce more poop faster. I need more poopers. Also, I have a plague of dogs. I don't want to hurt Weeb, because one of these started as Weeb's dog, but this is a lot of dogs. This is about 1/3 of what we used to have. I had to send him off into exile, into the nature. I keep having to do that. And then they fucking die because they hang around the base trying to get back in, and they get nuked when I nuke mechanoids. And I think that's enough RimWorld for this evening. I just wanted to show you where I'm at with restructuring the base, optimizing it. Probably next time I show you RimWorld, I'll have cleared out these batteries here and captured more human beings as blood suppliers and as poop suppliers to make fuel with, because that lets me convert. My central resource is a nutrient paste. This nutrient paste feeds people, and it feeds the animals, and the animals make meat, and the meat goes to the nutrient paste, and the nutrient paste goes into the humans. Humans make the poop, and the poop gets processed into fuel. It's like the lifeblood of the colony. It's just a big organic biological closed loop of energy and nutrients. Oh, sick! Really? You're really talking me into that. The thing about drain caskets is they're not as funny as keeping all my. Besides not being as wait, when you say poop pipes, what do you mean? Do you mean I can still harvest poop from people in drain caskets? Because currently I have to have a little toilet in here. Drain caskets sound kind of OP too. That sounds really cool though. But you're talking me into it really easily and rapidly with the concept of human battery. Because this is a Strog playthrough, and Strog would absolutely do that. Is it a separate pipe for poop, or does it get distributed through the water network? I don't want to build a separate network. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. What in the hell? It probably would be less processor intensive than having them outside walking around too. That sounds actually really promising. Drain caskets, vanilla expanded. Hygiene pipes are just water pipes. They don't use separate pipes. Except for aircon. Aircon uses its own pipes. Probably wisely. Never-ending meat supply. I really set myself up wisely for the future with all these different mini farms. I just feel bad for the pigs. They don't lead a very good life in there. The cows lead a better life, and I guess I don't care about the chickens because they have walnut brains. Smaller than that, like pea brains. Drain caskets will probably be the next thing I'll look into. They still haven't fucking repaired the defenses up here. That's horseshit. A lot of work just went into making it so they could survive at all up here, because they didn't have the basics of life. When you're reconfiguring the ship, oftentimes large sections of the ship are in vacuum, so you can't take off your spacesuit. They have to live in their spacesuits, and there was nowhere to sleep initially, so they just had to sleep on the floor. And it was really cold and miserable until I got everything enclosed and heated properly. And they had to live off of packaged survival meals that I'd send up a rocket because there wasn't nutrient paste yet or anywhere to farm it. It's like it's a spacecraft, but it's also kind of a space station. You see what I mean? Like it's got all the necessities of life, and they can live here. There's Tom 11 reading a book along with one of the holograms. Earl has better things to do, apparently. One of my guys had a heart attack. Why would you have a heart attack? I'm just taking blood out of you constantly. How old are you? 65, that's the problem. Let's give her a bionic heart. Someone will help you. Seems like a wise precaution from all my blood donors is just to give them bionic hearts ahead of time. Oh, I forgot. I can visualize nuclear attacks now because I have a spaceship in orbit. I can nuke somebody and we can actually watch it happen. In other words. Cameo, you're going to do the honors. Before we could only do tactical nukes because we had to be on the same map tile to watch it occur. Otherwise it just deletes the settlement. Who are we going to nuke? It won't let me zoom in on cities for some reason. I can't scan cities. I can scan these little bandit settlements though. I don't know. Rim Cities has a compatibility issue with SOS2 apparently. I really want to nuke cities and watch it happen. It looks like I have to land people on there and tactical nuke it for now. Besides drain caskets, there is something I do have, which I think comes from Vanilla Factions Expanded, called the Indoctrination Pod, which would have made converting people to my ideology much faster if I knew about it sooner. It's a pod you put them in where it changes their mind about ideology. I have one right here. So if I come across anybody I have to recruit, I can always just brainwash them in the brainwashing pod. All right, let's see what do we have here. Alright, that's good. And we'll choose a nuke with their name on it. Set it to high yield, strategic launch. And I guess here. Let's take Camu off of the console so I don't forget her and let her starve. For the first time, I get to see what happens when a full-strength, high-yield nuke hits a settlement. Which would be much cooler if I could watch cities get fucking BTFO'd. Maybe there's a way, there's like a compatibility toggle in the menu somewhere. There often is. Like, SOS2 is Dub's Bad Hygiene compatible. When is Tynan just going to make Bad Hygiene an official part of the game? It should have been a long time ago. There it goes. We got some time. I guess we don't really need the bridge, though, anymore, do we? Because we can just computer control everything. It's cool to have one, though. It's like the Starship Enterprise. It's cozy. Strictly speaking, you also don't need a landing pad. Only shuttles need landing pads. These rockets can land outside of the craft. You can purpose build them for every trip. We also don't need chem fuel engines because we're never going to land on a planet. We stay in space once we're in space. A lot of things can be stripped down if you look at what's only strictly necessary. So I guess we'll probably eliminate this eventually and use that for crypto sleep gaskets or blood drain caskets. Probably blood drain caskets for vampires. I don't see any reason to leave this planet just yet, since we have a lot of fun left to have here. Don't feel bad for these guys either. These are dickheads. They're one of the automatically hostile factions that you can't make friends with anyway. It's running better. I got rid of a lot of mods that were on a... There's a community list of problematic mods that I selected the other ones I was using, got rid of, and it greatly improved performance. Some stuff is behind other stuff, so I don't know how this is gonna... Oh, everything's on fire. Everything became fire. I think it just fucking deletes all the structures, but I think it depends largely on which ones are behind cover. I should be on that Discord, I guess. Yeah, we just fucking erased everything. Except for what was inside of rock. Like, some stuff made it. Not everything was completely destroyed. Just almost everything. It's majestic. It's so beautiful. We need our own Oppenheimer. We'll call him Fappenheimer. The turkey lived. The turkey lived! And the squirrels. The squirrels didn't get killed because they were inside of the cave when it happened. The rules seem to require that you are underneath a rock roof. Which most of my base is. I've nuked myself just to see what will happen, and it destroys everything outside, but everybody inside lives. My base can survive at least one pretty much direct hit with a high yield nuke, and nobody dies. Well, we are pretty fucked though, because it destroys all of our crops. It destroys. These guys are underneath a glass roof, so it kills. If the cows aren't inside the barn, all the cows die. All the pigs die because they're under a glass roof. All the chickens die. So our food supply is destroyed immediately, and we cannot possibly regenerate it fast enough to support all these people. So I don't know what the strat is. I guess send the vampires to death rest and leave them death resting until the surviving humans can get agriculture restarted. I can't retaliate because a direct nuclear strike destroys my silos. I can't fly and drop a bomb on them because a direct nuclear strike destroys all my aircraft. But yeah, that's what happens when you high yield nuke somebody. It's interesting to do it on a map with so much rock. And we just do this and we stop observing. I want to do another one. Boy, is that fun. That shouldn't be so fun, but it is. I still want to play this for a little bit before we do Pseudoregalia. I want to assault a city. How many nukes we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4. We can use those 4 as tactical nukes. Butterbeer has no weapon. Seems like a wise thing to rectify before we rush off to war. Snow Bunny, Hoodie Hoog, Ash and Weave don't have weapons. This is a totally balanced, sane society where we have chainsaws at the ready to be used by anybody in the fucking kitchen. You never know when you might need them. I don't even really need a kill box. I haven't needed one for a while. I got a lot of use out of it early game though. I could probably reclaim these 2 chambers and have room for extra stuff. You never know though. I might install a mod that has some kind of gigafucker enemy that I can't. Actually, I do need it because there is an enemy like that, the waxy corpse anomaly, which is unkillable almost, unless you do massive damage to it over a very short time frame. You can also nuclear annihilate some items that are not destructible by any other means, like the flesh mask core. You can't destroy any other way but nuking it. Oh, good news! Anybody who follows my writing, it wasn't me, it was a fan on my behalf, has sent Papa Meat from Meat Canyon copies of my books in the hopes that he will feature some of the stories on his podcast of Creepcast, and thus put more eyeballs on my work and attract a what's the word I want? Agent. Fingers crossed. I'm going to send him the pre-order bonuses that he would have gotten if he'd actually bought it. in like a month from now, so I can be sure he's read the books and will understand what they are. Otherwise, they'll just seem like pointless trinkets, which I guess they are ultimately anyway. And my stream manager says 1 viewer. That can't be right, because I know at least Short Talk and Netis are watching. Otherwise, I'm going to cry. Usually I have like 7 or 8 viewers by now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, maybe it's... no, it's Wednesday. Maybe everybody's watching political coverage of the whole Donald Trump thing. Actually, I don't want those. That'll make it so I can't shoot close enough. Those are supposed to be short range. Is everybody armed? Everybody's except for Wife 3, who's going to stay behind anyway and tend to the base. I don't think I can afford to leave anyone behind. I probably should anyway. Someone has to stay behind to operate the missile console. Should we bring robots with us? I say we should. All the battle mechanics have to be sent to escort. It would be hypocritical to say it was staged, because those are, the people saying that are the same ones who make fun of the right for conspiracy theories. Although it's not equal. People comparing to this QAnon are doing it because it's too delicious not to. But doesn't make it accurate, because QAnon's like 50 fucking conspiracy theories bundled together, and suggesting that maybe this one was a false flag. But still, at the same time, it's hypocritical every way you look at it. Even Alex Jones is being a hypocrite by saying that this wasn't a staged shooting. I guess it's only not staged in his books when it's a guy that he likes. Everybody's being massively hypocritical about this whole situation. So I don't think it was staged. I just think we don't know the motives yet, but it does appear as if just a troubled young man with a gun, for reasons not known to us, and it's too delicious not to treat it like a Democrat, which is why that's what they're doing. It's too politically useful to just stick your fingers in your ears and say it was a Democrat, it was a Democrat, it was a Democrat, because that's on narrative. It was not a Democrat. That's part of it. There's a lot of reasons why it was not staged, but like I said, some people, if something is appealing enough, they choose what to believe. It's like the Cassie Bernal hoax after Columbine. Those people just stuck their fingers in their ears and then la 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 la, can't hear you. She's a martyr. Even after Valine Schneer's testimony came out, revealing that the events that were assumed to have happened did not in fact occur. It is a question mark why the Secret Service, apparently, based on testimony from people who were there, they had eyes on him. They saw him on the roof, And they were checking him out with their scopes, and he was checking them out with his like hunting binoculars, whatever. So they were looking at each other. They knew he was up there, and they didn't shoot him. Which is weird behavior. That's a strange thing to do. So I'm not alleging conspiracy, but I am saying there is still much to be explained about the circumstances of the event. It could be... Nobody's considering it could have been individual rogues. It could just be that the people who happened to be there just really didn't like Trump. And they weren't acting on anyone's orders. They were just in agreement. Like, just don't do anything to protect him. A bunch of people are saying this, so I'm just repeating what they said, but it is a whiplash-inducing 180 for the Democratic Party to say that he's the next Hitler and he's got to be stopped and he's going to ruin America with Project 2025, whatever the fuck. And then to turn around and say, like, get well soon. Something democracy when someone tries to shoot him. Shouldn't they be saying, like, fuck you for missing? Shouldn't they be upset that he missed? Did they mean any of that stuff then? Like, keep your message straight. Not saying they'd be right to do that. I'm just saying it's not consistent. I'm wasting nuclear fuel right now. I should turn this back down. I'm just ramp it up when I need it, as long as I don't shut it off completely. It is. This is too useful. It is suspiciously useful to their messaging, because Republicans have come under a lot of fire for stochastic terrorism. So an example of, like, all they need is one counterexample, and then whenever, like, the 100 examples of right-wing stochastic terrorism are brought up, like all the stuff about Comet Ping Pong Pizza and the guy who went to shoot it up, or the guy who shot at a federal building, or any of the other the QAnon family annihilators, the guy, people who drank bleach and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. The Republicans can just harp on about the one counterexample. It's better for their messaging. Their messaging is always simpler. They just need one simple thing that's easily memorized to harp on about, like Aubrey Hale. Aubrey Hale was a gift wrapped Christmas present to them, because now they can just point every time the left brings up the newest right wing mass shooter. The right just points to Aubrey Hale every time, as if it's infinitely, like it counts for infinite counterexamples. You know what I mean? Like, you could have 1,000 right-wing shooters, and they just need one left-wing shooter. And the same is true for stochastic terrorism. And it'll work on their base. Their base doesn't care that it's not equal. They just need it to be defensible. They need the appearance of parity. It's crazy. It's giving me fucking anxiety to think that we're going to have another 4 years to Trump. This is the worst possible time, too, with AI taking jobs. Because the Republicans have been passing laws around the country to forever prohibit basic income. Have you been following that? This is when we need it the most. And they're trying to get out ahead of that and say, no, you don't get your basic income. You just lose your job to robots, and then the billionaires pocket all the money. And then I guess you starve to death. They're gutting the NOAA, they're gutting the EPA, they're gutting the Department of Education. Because they want everybody dumb, sick, and poor. Whereas Democrats just want everybody depraved. Which is still bad, but not as bad. Ideally, we wouldn't have to do either. Have you fucking loaded that rocket yet? All the robots are loaded. Oh, it is loaded, actually. Needs one crew. You need a pilot, actually, it turns out. I did not realize that. There's no unmanned cargo shuttles. Let's take out this city. This is the Red Rock Bandits. This is their base of operations. It's about time we took it out. Let's get somebody ready to operate the nukes. Got mismatched armor. They put on whatever armor is best, which is not color coded. I wish you'd give them color preferences. Oh, Short Talk didn't go. Short Talk got left behind. Oh well, whatever. She'll take a rocket back down when we're done. We're in for some crazy shit. I've got a bad feeling. I've had a bad feeling ever since the shooting. We're about to witness some Black Swan type shit. We're about to witness some unprecedented shit happening. Especially if he doesn't win. If he doesn't win, no matter what, no matter if it's a landslide, it's going to be assumed to have been a rigged election. Interesting. It's interesting he's not dropping out, because he's facing a lot of pressure, too. Let's get ready to tactical nuke the fuck out of this city. Really interesting cities to fight are the long ones. There's some that are long rectangles. I have no idea. No, that's a great question. Does anybody want President Kamala Harris? She doesn't even have the black vote because nobody has put more black teens in prison than she has. Nobody wants Kamala. Nobody wanted Joe. What the fuck are Democrats doing? I still vote Democrat. I don't know why anymore. You're incompetent, smooth-brained. They seem to want to lose. Let's send... Ash has no weapon. Why didn't you bring a weapon? We're getting shelled. Alright, it's time to let the nukes fly. God damn it. How did this all unfold so perfectly for Trump? It's like the universe handed him the presidency on a silver platter. How did this happen? This is a political nightmare for the left. How did the left become such a wet fart? I want to say it's when they started focusing entirely on weird sex stuff instead of unions. Remember when the left was about unions? Remember when the left was necessary? It was something that had to exist? Let's nuke this part here. Actually, let's do this. I want to do high yield. Kill all my guys. Low yield. Alright, 4 at once. Quad nuking. Did he fucking manifest all these events with his mind? This is the weirdest, most fortuitous turn of events possible for a politician. It's the perfect setup for fucked up shit to go down either way. Gonna hang tight for a while. Ship detected. Imperial bomber. Imperial. Yeah, he's never got punched in the face. He's a rich kid. So this is the first violence he's ever dealt with. I think the locals have noticed us. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna nuke. I'm gonna do the Skynet maneuver. Which I drop nukes to kill most of the people, and then I send robots to mop up the rest. This is crazy. I think we're gonna see like sporadic shootings and bombings if he loses. And a different kind. And if he wins, he's just gonna pardon himself of everything. And pardon a bunch of other people. Yeah, he probably filled up his diaper. No word of a lie. Here come the nukes. Prepare for nuclear attack. Another nuclear attack. I could have done better placement. Yeah, they're far enough away. They've been irradiated a bunch of times. They have mostly cybernetic organs which can't get sick. Or can't get tumors. 90% of their body can't get tumors, and they have detoxifier lungs and detoxifier kidneys. They're used to battling through irradiated wastelands. Alright, now it's time for the War Queens to send out scouts. Incoming shells. That's a lot of damage. They also, toxic fallout events don't hurt them as badly. I wonder if spacesuits would insulate you completely from toxic fallout. Alright, time for a ship battle too. After we send this rocket up to replenish the silver. She'll be exposed to vacuum briefly. It's not a big deal. There's a couple survivors straggling around. Nobody here is really a match for my vampires. Are they? Well, that explains a lot. That explains why I thought it was because they're cyborgs. I've been using them as nuclear shock troopers all this time. I didn't realize that's what they're so good for it. They fight on the same battlefields that the bombs drop. Who's shelling us? Oh, it's this fucking guy. I'm gonna send Weeb after him. Fucking metal. Cyber vampire with a chainsaw, you don't stand a chance, fella. Let's release some more robots. You know, I've conquered an entire city just when I had more war queens. I used to have like 3 or 4 of them, and I just would camp out in one corner of the map and I just spam war urchins. There were bombs too. There were air strikes, but war urchins can do a lot if you're very patient. Quantity has a quality all of its own, you might say. Let me give them permission to eat stuff. And smoke blunts. No, I don't want them smoking blunts. It slows them way down. Let's harvest some resources from the environment we're attacking. Speaking of which, we should probably blood feed this guy. Who's low on hemogen? Everybody's got plenty of hemogen because they're prisoners. Well, blood feed him anyway. You're a little bit low. Imagine the terror of having cyber vampires from space nuclear strike your city and then descend in a dropship and then get out and fucking, as you lay wounded, come and drain your blood. I also appreciate that my vamps are lethal enough that I don't have to actually direct them strategically. In a nuked city, I can just set them free to wander, and they just kill whoever they come across. Oh, look at this poor bastard. Look at this poor idiot, Noriko, being chased by 6 war urchins. What a way to die, and spending your last moments in terror. Getting chased down by a swarm of tiny robots, like in Ukraine, I guess. All right, I need to make sure that she doesn't die of decompression sickness, because she doesn't have a spacesuit. You need to put a spacesuit on if you're going to be up here, because I can't guarantee you atmosphere all the time. She'll make it. She'll have a little bit of damage. Cyborgs fare much better than you would expect in vacuum, because there's fewer body parts that can suffer decompression damage. Have we killed everybody? We haven't quite yet. Let's send some targeted assassins. You assassinate him. You assassinate him. You assassinate him. You assassinate him. You assassinate that person. Marked for termination. She's in open space and she's doing pretty fine. No injury yet, notice? Eventually she'll start getting decompression injuries. Probably to her brain. Nope, she got inside. That's why in Star Trek the Borg can be out in vacuum. I guess because the nanites just repair damage to their tissue faster than it can accumulate. What should we name Wife 3? It seems like a dehumanizing name. I guess we needed more women up here. We only have 2 women. Now we have 3. Here we go. They kill everybody? Why don't you blood feed on him? Cammy, you need to destroy that gun. I'll leave it to the war urchins. We blood feed that guy. At least we get lots of free blood whenever we go to war. If you renounce your humanity and treat human life as a consumable, it's amazing how far that'll get you in RimWorld. Any other stragglers? I think we've killed almost everybody. Actually, we've just fucking killed that guy. Is anyone hiding out in a building? Is Sandra enjoying your rainy meal? Sanguophages are actually OP across the board. They're too OP. I want them nerfed a little bit in certain ways. I want them to be harmed by sunlight unless they're wearing armor that covers everything. Like if they're not wearing a helmet, they still get hurt by sunlight. They have to be totally covered. I want them to be faster and more powerful at night. All right, so we've subjugated this city and completely conquered it. Hot damn. I do love urban assaults. Everything but the war urchins. There we go. You need to wear a helmet too, Missy. Alright, we're getting our silver loaded. Wish we didn't have to use such bulky heat exchangers. I wish there were wall-mounted heat exchangers, like how the lights work. Sanguiphages should be affected by sunlight. They should not have to eat. They should be able to feed only on blood. Let's see. They should be able to auto death rest, which is one of the weirdest ways to nerf them, is to make you manually micromanage death resting. That's really annoying and not fun. They should cross water more slowly, just as a nod to like they should be shit at swimming, as a nod to European folklore. I guess if they get shot in the heart, it should insta kill. If their heart is injured at all, stuff like that. Like every other gene xenotype, I think it's called, is just sucky. They're made to be raiders, not to be players. Like the imps. Imps have a bunch of debuffs, and the only really useful thing they have is fire breath, and that takes a long time to regenerate too. They're really only good as raiders. Even if the brain is destroyed, you can do involuntary. You can do a death refusal. It's funny how we've escalated the violence in this game to where even anti-grain airstrikes are just small potatoes compared to tactical nukings. Yet there are some creatures in mods, like before we had biotech, there was a biotech mod with genetic engineering. I know that, Nedist. I've been playing a long time, but you're damn right. They are OP as fuck. That's why I have so many vampires. Although they require a lot of support infrastructure. They require a lot of support. If you want to get the most out of your vampires, you have to dedicate a lot of your base. And you have to have pet humans to parasitize, to provide them with the hemogen they need. They're very hemogen hungry. They're kind of like the Emperor of Mankind on his golden throne, needing constant sacrifices to keep him powered up. Are they all in here? Not quite. Is that Camu? What are you doing? Everyone else is gonna have to pee waiting for you. This is what I create wherever I go, is just destruction and death. Wonder what it'd be like to play a RimWorld as a Catholic. Catholicism exists as a base ideology in RimWorld. You can have a Christian colony, trying to be pacifists with everybody. There are strats you can use to, if you let yourself use traps, then there are strats you can use to play a Christian game of RimWorld. where you don't have to be violent. But it's beyond a certain colony size, it stops being feasible. Start having to be nasty and ugly. What's gonna fucking happen in this country, man? We got like 30% is just insane. 30% are just insane people who are delusional, who are so mind broken by losing for elections for so long. They are not shy anymore about just wanting dictatorship. Now it looks like they're gonna get their wish. I should be on my way out of the country if I was smart. I don't know where I'd go. I guess I'm in the safest part of the country. What's good, Strategif? You're not in space yet, but you're gonna be. Here's the spaceship. It's ugly. It's slow. It's not fast. It's not pretty, but it's look at the. It's got a Type 5 reactor. It's got huge overkill power. It regenerates power faster than I can use it in battle. Oh, good people on both sides, huh? And it has 3 spinal railguns. These are mostly fueled up now. I don't think it's equivalent. I also don't think the intentions are equivalent. I don't think the intentions of wanting ethnic cleansing and to kill your neighbor are morally equivalent to wanting nobody to be poor or wanting nobody to suffer police brutality. The thought does count. It's not the only thing that counts, but it does. It does. Oh, Zarl, don't do that. Deconstruct that. Let's do a space battle now. Is the ship still hanging around? Yeah, when you say a lot, I don't think there's as many as there seem to be on the internet. But that is the easy thing to point at. That it's a big glaring flaw of the left right now. I wish as much as you do that they were without it. I'd like them to be perfect, but at the same time, that's a relatively small flaw compared to wanting to murder everybody and having. I mean, there's no trans equivalent of like the Patriot Front or Adam Waffen or the Proud Boys. There's a bunch of right-wing death squads ready to go. I think one is a lot more in power right now than the other. One is a much more credible threat currently. And I was censored. I mean, I lost a bunch of my accounts to the pronoun people. I have no love for them. They don't seem to be on the road to having their guy in office currently. Everybody get the fuck inside and stay inside. We're going to kill somebody. I don't know who we're going to kill. Here we go. Let's save our game in case I fuck up again. Before he gets away. What's a pylon bomber? I guess we don't need to know. We'll just blow it up. Oh, that's tiny. Oh, that's so cute. Look at it. I can't fight this thing. It's too adorable. It's just a wee little lad. Mix have to be inside too. Oh, well, there it went Hall. I feel bad about this. This doesn't seem sporting. How do I dye my shit? That was one-sided. I do agree, though, Nettis, if one of those people somehow was Superman and had all the power in the world, we'd have a lot to worry about. Luckily, that's not the case. They do have a lot of ideological capture in academia, which is its own problem. Was that not sportsmanlike of me? I should fight somebody my own size. I would love the luxury of a perfect political party that only stands for what I stand for and nothing that I don't. I would love that. I don't have the luxury right now. We're at a crucial juncture in history with respect to AI and respect to China and Russia and all these other things. So we need the least insane person. What are we at? We don't even need the reactor right now. We can charge just some solar. Let's dev another ship in. That wasn't a satisfying battle. Let's see what it gives us. Oh, someone with a spinal capacitor. I want a spinal weapon battle. It's just fucking Deus Ex. It's gonna be all cybernetic old men for the rest of time. Scythian cruiser. Oh, that's more like it. This is a big fucking gigafucker. I'd like technocratic candidates who have qualifying certifications in the field that's relevant to the office they're running for. This guy has enough engines, I think. Yeah, he's got 5 engines, so he'll be able to overcome my engines and get close to me. Which means I have to take out his spinal weapons ASAP. So for now, I want to accelerate towards him. Also, I should probably ramp up my reactor, shouldn't I? %. Don't think about using air coolers in space for nuclear power. That's not important. We should have waited before he spawned in an enemy ship. Well, it won't make a difference in the end. We got huge heat capacity. Huge. It is telling though that pronoun people are so annoying that there's a lot of people who'd be like, "All right, give me President Trump if it would get rid of them." That's an accomplishment. There's people who are such a small minority but act as if they have dictatorial powers or as if they ought to, and are just relentlessly vicious. That would be the only silver lining of a Trump presidency. He would fuck up everything else. He'd fuck up electric cars. He'd fuck up nuclear power. He'd fuck up climate action. He'd fuck up basic income. He'd fuck up loan forgiveness. He'd fuck up almost everything he possibly could. So I've already recovered the energy from the last fight. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2. What if there's a way to make these cool down faster? Take out your plasma guns. Alright, notice something. I took this much of my battery up here. It took about 1,300, 13,000 I should say, WDs, whatever that is. I want to say watt hours. Watch how fast it regenerates. Hold on, first we got to see the carnage. You can watch it both at the same time up here, with a reactor almost at full tilt. Busted their shield. Or we cut off the tip of the space penis. Space penis 1, circumcised. Space penis 2, completely obliterated. Space penis 3, circumcised, all but the base. These are just space penises. Let's not lie to ourselves. This is technically a superior ship to mine, but it makes much more wasteful use of space. Mine's much more efficiently laid out. I don't even have to vent any heat. See how fucking fast it's recharging? And it has time to destroy his engines, because he's going to be turning around and running pretty soon. Even if he doesn't, it'll cause damage because we're not within the precise striking range any time soon. Railguns, we're still within the inaccurate range. These pods look ugly as fuck, but they hold enough heat sinks and coolant tanks that I don't have to lift a finger. The heat dissipates fast enough that I can just ignore it. As long as they don't have a spinal weapon that they can get in range of my ship. If they do, then I can survive one volley, but then I have to vent silver. It's survivable, but it's a harrowing balancing act, especially if missiles are incoming too, because it takes the shield a second to turn back on. You know what I mean? You have to time everything just right so the shield comes back up before any of the missiles hit you. It's a great gameplay loop. It's a lot of fun. Oh, we're fully charged already, by the way, if you noticed. Probably we were a while ago. I can turn off the reactor probably. We probably don't even need it. I'll just dial it way the fuck down anyway. Just conserve on fuel. This one allows hot swapping of rods, so it's not as big of a hassle as it is in my terrestrial base when I have to switch one set of reactors on while the other is being reloaded. It's still not Arctic eggs. What the fuck is that? You playing a game while you listen to me, bro? That's fine. That's my aspiration, is to be a cozy streamer that people play in another tab while they enjoy some of the content. This was a lot easier when I had Robot Crew in RimWorld 1.3 with Android tiers. Robots don't need beds. I mean, androids don't need beds. They just need a single charging point connected to power. So that frees up a fuckload of space for additional coolant tanks and whatnot. Coolant tanks, radiators. If it just underscores, how much more suited to space robots are than we are. Robots need almost nothing to persist. Just electricity and some amount of shielding from radiation. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we took out the bridge. Probably the computer is the only thing left. Which is probably back here somewhere. I've never gotten any good use out of those fucking torpedoes. Those have never worked for me, even the anti-grain ones, because they never hit. Well, the shield's down. It's spinal capacitors are nothing. Spinal weapons. BRB. What happened? Oh. We're in space, those fires won't last. So because of the ablative quality of how explosions work in this game, there's a limit beyond which it's overkill, and you get diminishing returns. I think up to a certain limit, like 20, after that it doesn't increase either the power of the shots or how many are fired. But that doesn't seem to be entirely true in my experience. I think it's true for some of the weapons that work by explosions, like plasma. But this shoots more shots the longer it is. What's up, weeb? You just assaulted a city and came back a conquering hero. Also, your dog won't stop fucking. We have a plague of dogs. Did we get rid of all the dogs yet? No, your dog had a bunch of puppies, and we can't track them. We can't chase them all down. And they're eating all of our meat. They're eating the meat from our stockpile. I've had to eat some. I've had to supplement it with veggies because of your dog. This is our badass spaceship. Oh, dude, there's people inside of our ship. How'd that happen? Oh, they disabled our spinal weapons. You bastards. Trying to retreat now. That's an insidious way to attack, is to drop pod inside your enemy ship and disable their weapons by subtracting one section. Oh, she's dead. Well. Uh-oh. Dude, get the fuck out of there. This is a problem. How did they get in? I'm not gonna save scum. Sometimes people just have to die, if that's the price. Is someone alive in here? Rose on fire. What the fuck kind of premise for a game is that? Arctic eggs. Looks like I need a sprinkler system for my spaceship. That's troublesome. Earl, get out of there. Hang on, I gotta fuck with the zones. Is that guy still alive? He's still alive. How are you on fire in space? There you go. We kill everybody else? There's some invaders. What did we ever do to these people that they would invade our ship like this? I didn't even know you could land a ship inside of another ship like that. If it's an enemy ship. They got lucky though. They happened to land their rockets in just such a way as to destroy our spinal weapons. They're gonna get away too, aren't they? They're gonna escape. They did escape. God fucking damn it. No, you know what? That's some bullshit. You ain't gonna do me like that. I can't even be mad though. That's a genius strategy if they had done it on purpose. Any interruption of a spinal weapon completely disables it. I need a better plan for dealing with fire, too. This has awakened me to the reality that fires in space can be devastating and destroy a lot of expensive equipment. This is probably where I'll quit RimWorld for the evening. After setting them up with some tasks to do off camera. Sprinklers. Sprinklers. You should be able to just vent atmosphere into space to get rid of fire. Alright, so clearly I underestimated the need for fire suppression. Okay, that's good. That won't get all the that's not complete coverage. Can't place one there though. That'll work. That'll work. Alright, that's good enough coverage. Probably also the reactor room, huh? Yeah. So much of this game is so amusingly mundane, like planning fire suppression. But that's that quality that makes it immersive, because you would really have to do this in a spaceship. That seems to me a sensible system. That's also an advantage I'll have over the enemy, because the enemy, this mod was not made with dubs from it. I mean, the enemy ships won't have fire sprinklers. Tough titty for them, I guess. Can I set them down the spine of the ship, though? Yes, I can. Probably this is more efficient, actually. That was a banger, Stray. I hope we're still getting the sequel to that. We had better be. It doesn't seem optimal to me. This is more balanced. Sorry, I'm being anal retentive. Alright, that's good. We're set up for success now. And we're going to play Pseudoregalia for a while. Next time you see me fight, I should be more prepared and not have a turd in my pants and my pants around my ankles and shit on my face. And I should have thought of every contingency and everything that could possibly happen. You'll see. I like our ship, though. It's like the little engine that could. It shouldn't be able to, but can anyway. That's the charming quality of it, is that it's way fucking too powerful for its size. That also creates a lot of complications. Let's have a look at the game that Nettis just gifted me. Actually, wait, let's look up Arctic eggs first. Oh, I've seen this. This was on Itch.io. This actually does look Kino. I love Arctic bases. You know me and Arctic bases. Let's play Netis game. This doesn't feel like it's made to be played on an ultra-wide monitor. It's really... Oh, titties. No, I can't. No. Can't fit it. I trust your taste in things generally. So I think this is going to be good. Webcam hand dead. Anything best is green orange. Invasion. Grapefruit. I like the fruit theme. This looks Kino. Is there a way to turn my monitor sideways for this? Is this whole game 2 colors? Is that what I'm looking at here? Oh, I see the other fighters in the background. That's adorable. Green, orange. Really? That's awesome. Bitch titties. I'm trying to. Do you ever have a headcanon, a story that plays in your head when you play shmups? That it's not just you, it's like a bunch of guys, but it's not that many, and every life is another human death? So there's like a dozen guys left to defend Earth. Very Buddhist. Cool. You know what I always wanted? It's a shmup where Earth is already destroyed. And you're on a pure revenge mission. Like you're in a superpowered fighter. On your way to the alien homeworld to destroy them too. The story I would have it is, once you arrive at their homeworld having destroyed their military, you see that they're just regular people. They're farmers, they're office workers, they're not so different. And that you stand poised to destroy their world just as they destroyed yours. And you decide to spare them so that, because otherwise 2 civilizations are destroyed instead of 1. It's not just the premise, it's the ending too. I'm playing on Babby mode. I love shmups, but I'm not good at them. It's a painful way to be. Is it a bonus level or what's happening? I just skipped the whole level. Bitch titties. A weird thing happens when you play shmups and you defocus your eyes. It's like your brain is not looking at anything specific, but it's tracking everything that's happening. What's not a good stream title? Bitch titties! Kino music. Fuck. I got further than last time. There's no super bomb. Fuck. Cool. This is fun. I love shmups. There's some great ones on Neo Geo also. I want to showcase a little bit later. Fuck. I did. I pressed all the other buttons. Oh. Holy fuck, this music. I want to show. I want to play some other games. This is great though. I'm going to play more of this, especially on Steam Deck, where I can actually turn it sideways. I appreciate the design philosophy of this. This is a Kino game. It's well made. It looks good. Interesting gameplay conventions. That just makes me want to show you Blazing Star, which is I think my favorite FPS ever. I mean, shmup ever. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Ooh, yeah, that's it. With Neo Geo cartridge sizes, they could store FMV on a cartridge. Which they did a lot of in this game, although it's really more accurate to call it pre-rendered GIFs, like that. They just had cartridge space to burn. Look at that. Look at that. You got space titties? This was on a cartridge. Oh, actually, I don't know what just happened. What just happened? How did I do that? What is this menu? How do I get out of it? Fucking RetroArch. I don't know if I can play this. What's the button for insert coin that doesn't cause that to happen? There we go. Boners! Boners indeed. Fuck. Boners! Fuck. I'm rusty. Look at the color depth. Look at how rich the graphics are. The big one is closing in. Sounds like a sexual threat. That's insane! Hold on. Start does not do what I thought it did. Hold on. I need to load a different emulator. Will this work better? No, it doesn't. Start still does the same fucking thing. I want Start not to do that. How do I make Start not do that? That's the problem with RetroArch, is it's all in one, but at a great cost. Everything has to be... You have to fucking have a degree in it. Fucking work the levers. Start works on this one. Boy, if I had $1 billion, I'd love to own a Neo Geo home system. It's funny how we're still thinking that. We're still thinking that in 2024. Just like we were in 1996. Oh, this is the version of the emulator that automatically does 2-player. I don't know how to fix this. You get the idea. Fuck you, RetroArch. Now I remember why I don't like you. I think it's time for Pseudoregalia. I just want to relax, and this is a relaxing game with giant fucking goat udders. The early pre-rendered 3D aesthetic is called Render 96 if you want to look up Tumblr art blogs full of it. Me too. It's a necessary evil because part of me says everything should be consolidated for efficiency. But life was so much easier when I just had a bunch of different folders with different emulators in them. Why don't I go back to that? Is everybody wishing me luck with Meat Canyon? Y'all know Papa Meat from Meat Canyon, right? Had a buddy of mine mail him my two books. I don't have a lot of copies of those. In fact, it was my buddy's copies. I feel bad about it, but he was only too happy to do it. Fingies crossed, right? I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. I was so fixated on traditional metrics of success for writers, like getting published and getting trad-pubbed, getting published in sci-fi magazines and things like that. It didn't occur to me until way later in my career than it should have that I should be approaching the. This is 2024. It's not 1994. I should be focused on YouTubers and podcasters. Yeah, nobody wants to watch me play RimWorld. I don't blame them. It's a fucking autism simulator, which is what I love about it. I love simulating shit. This is not where I want to be. I've been here before. Where was I last time? I was in that big room where I couldn't reach the switches, wasn't I? I fucking hated that room. It was in the underbelly, or was it... It was in the Twilight Theater, wasn't it? I don't remember. This game requires you to have a competent brain, which is ableist in my opinion. Fingies crossed, me can. Who else would be good to send my books to? Brainstorm with me. Do you know any other, I guess, Wendigoons separately? Maybe? But then they do Creepcast together. Fuck. That's what I should have done. It's coming back to me. No Sleep Podcast. I already have been featured by them a couple times. There's a Scary Story podcast that hasn't been published any new episodes since 2021. I already given up on them. Something deep in my boner. My balls resonate with the truth of the matter, which tells me that I need to be approaching influencers, online people, and stop thinking like it's a decade or two, like more than that ago. Stop thinking like it's pre-internet. Remember this. Ooh, I don't have good memories of it though. I could kick off with the blades. I don't think I'd ever want to do that. This looks familiar. Dilapidated dungeon, huh? Oh, there's stuff up there. No. How are you supposed to do that? That's insane. Come on, man. If you're gonna crush my testicles, at least kiss me too. I can't even think of anybody who's as high profile. Nexpo, maybe? He doesn't really feature other people's writing, however. If anyone out there knows of any good people I should be contacting. Ah. Whoa. Oh, this is the theater. There's the thing I need. And here's another thing. Center stage, just where it said it would be. Which I think is the big key. That's a tease. This whole game is a tease. Not like that. I guess that way too, but you know what I mean. Oh, hey. Please leave me alone. I'll kill you. What? Please leave me alone. I will kill again. What if he's the villain of this whole game? How is RimWorld so popular if nobody likes to watch it? I guess there's different kinds of popularity. How come every male of her race is a manlet? I mean, a short king. Have you noticed that? There are no tall, buff goat people. That makes everything worth it. Oh! No! All the way back down here, huh? You really gonna do me like that? What did I ever do to... Oh yeah, all the crimes. You ever heard of Eric Schwartz? A foundational pillar of the furry community, which I plead, I only know of him because I was also a member of the Amiga community. His favorite things were thick, furry bitches and Amiga computers. He made Sabrina Online, a webcomic, which I may have read as a lad. It's a miracle I didn't turn into some kind of degen. At least not that specific type. No! Oh fuck, right where I started. I did not realize that's where I was. It's a gateway drug, man. Amigas. What a cruel name for a computer if you're a nerdy boy and you're lonely. The promise that computer equals female companionship. I guess that they knew their audience, didn't they? Let's just see what's outside of here. Maybe that'll be the name of the Tesla bot you can fuck, is the Amiga. Where am I now? How does this... I've never been in this part of Castle Sansa before, I don't think. Oh, hey, what's that? Whatever, I still got it. He's a really talented guy, though. It's amazing what isolation and horniness and autism can produce. He did like Disney quality animations, but horny, all in the same old ass '90s program for Amiga, which did like the early equivalent of Flash animation, kind of, but it was all pixel art. It's a shame if he didn't. He never went on to do anything more conventionally. Like he should have had a show or something. I guess people who animate have to be horny or they don't maintain interest. You gotta really care about what you're doing. And for most people, that requires that they get their pee-pee. The little pee-pee turns into the big pee-pee when they think about whatever their hobby is. Not me. I was supposed to go help in the theater, but I can't really get through here. I just don't really want to touch the bubbles. Well, I don't have a problem. You go touch them, then, bubble girl. This game has a lot of soul. That is such a buzzword, but sometimes it's true. This game has really grown on me too, as it's opened up, which I suppose I should have expected from the genre. Can I hang on to that thing? How does this one get over there? That wasn't right to do. I've been here before. This is all looking more familiar to me now. Anyway, she looks like somebody Eric Schwartz would have animated. What have I done? I feel as if I've made a terrible mistake. I was up there, now I'm down here. I was up above it, now I'm down in it. This fucking sucks. Not the game, just where I am at in it. I don't know how I got here. I just need to get away from enemies and then figure out where I am. The HT Theater, whatever that is. Where I need to go. Just get back where I was a second earlier. Oh, now I'm dead. This is not where I... Am I really in that room? It doesn't look like it. God damn it, I always get so fucking lost in these games. You know what was a great Metroidvania that had a really disappointing sequel? Is Axiom Verge. You play that? I put down the sequel within like 15 minutes. It just was not as good. No, I've been here. That was the wrong way to go. That was the wrong way to go. Is everywhere the wrong way to go? It seems like that. I love that Axiom Verge too, man. I didn't bother beating it. The sequel is just it had an intriguing start. The first one was no fat, it was all muscle. Every minute of it was towards gameplay or story progression in a good way. The second one just felt wasteful and crappy. I just did not like the second. It was really sad because I really loved the first one. I was expecting the second one to be more the same but better. I got an item in here. There's a couple sequels I'm waiting on right now that better not be letdowns. One of them is Broken Reality 2000. I will cry blood tears if that game is bad. Fucking slice my eyeball open like that one shock film. Have I been here? Feels like I've been here. You have great taste. Can I compliment you without sounding like I'm just complimenting myself because we agree? You have superb taste in games, Nedist. That's why I trust your taste in games. Which is just indirect self-flattery. Oh. It's a glitch or something. What a joy that game was to play, though, when it came out in like 2017. We need a Twilight Theater. No, I'm going the wrong way. All this just to get where I was in the last stream. It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad. The dreams of which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Actually, that was the wrong way too. I wish my writing would blow up. I wish I had money. I wish I could live a dignified life. I wish I could live independently again like before COVID. I was having sex before COVID. That completely ends when you live with elderly hoarders. Let me tell you, that's the least sexy thing possible. It's like Chris Chan's living situation. It's not an exaggeration either. I need for my life to really take off, I need to hook up my talent to a monetization vector. It's like two spinning gears. The motor is my talent. And it's right now it's spinning and spinning and spinning, but it's not connected to anything. So all my spinning gets me nowhere. I need to hook it up with like a belt or a gear to the gear which turns the money printer. You feel what I'm saying? But I don't know how to do that yet. I've tried a bunch of different things so far. But what's really going to get me somewhere in life is if I can get my writing in front of people who will pay for it. I don't hesitate to talk shit about myself and self-deprecate when it's either funny or accurate. But I also don't hesitate to speak highly of myself in the narrow areas where I'm talented, and I have talent as a writer. I'm writing what I think is some of the best new horror and weird fiction out there. God damn it, I deserve recognition for that, and I deserve enough profit from that to support my existence in a dignified way. I want to see movies. Made it based on my stories. I want to be where Stephen King is. I want Mike Flanagan to adapt my work. I don't feel like that's a big ask either. I mean, it is a big ask, but big ass. That's a big ass. Can I climb those ropes? I know sitting here and listening to me flatter myself is not terribly charming. But that's ultimately how you get anywhere in life, is you figure out what you're good at. What do you bring to the table that isn't already on the table? At least I think so. What you don't want to be doing is what everybody else is doing. You want to be doing something, you want to contribute something that there's demand for in the world that's not being done as well as it could be right now. You want to hook up all the different gears of that machine to the places where you can leverage it. If that makes any sense. I don't have those hooked up yet. I'm still spinning my wheels. Let me tell you how you know you're getting better at something. You don't feel yourself getting better. It's like body dysmorphia, where you work out and your body still looks the same in the mirror. or you never seem to be thin enough. It's the same with any kind of talent, whether it's drawing or writing or music. Other people seem to get worse. You don't seem to get better. Have you ever felt... There's like an episode of South Park about this where Stan says everything's just shit now. It's like, it's not shit, you got older, you got smarter. You're able to recognize tropes, that low effort tropes that are widely used because they're easy to implement. That impresses most audiences but doesn't impress you anymore. It's also how, if you go back to your childhood home or your childhood playground, everything looks smaller. It didn't get smaller, you got bigger. Your perspective changed. Your perspective changing is why a lot of stuff seems dumb and cliched now. It didn't get worse, you just got smart enough that you don't enjoy it anymore. And the same is true of writing. A lot of writing that... The writing that inspired me originally still impresses me, because I'm still not up to that level yet. Maybe I'll never be as good as the old masters. But stuff I used to... The stuff I'm in competition with, I think I would have enjoyed a couple years ago, but I don't anymore. I bless my lucky stars to some degree that what I'm in competition with I can outdo. That's a good thing, but also that means there's less out there that I can enjoy. If I were just to be a lazy glutton, I think I could be content just consuming great content until the day that I die. But I can't, because a lot of it fucking sucks shit, especially Disney Star Wars, especially that, especially Cape shit. That's when I had the epiphanal moment. Go where you're needed in life. You gotta do what other people aren't doing as well as you could. If you see something that could be better and you think I could do better than that, that's what you should be doing. If that makes any sense. It's like a puzzle piece recognizing the opening in the puzzle where it fits. Like, obviously, that's not basketball. I'm no good at basketball. Obviously, it's no good. That's not flying an airplane. I'm not particularly good at flying airplanes. But if you see other people doing stuff and being well regarded for it as talented authors or talented artists, and you don't agree, you're like, why do people like this dog shit? That's what you should be doing. That's where you belong. That's your invitation to step into that world and disrupt it. Can I use those chains or not? Ooh. That was close. I didn't like that. It resonated negatively in my balls. Dicey. That was risky. I shouldn't have done that. Well, there's a thingy. I don't know why, but I want that thingy. It seems like an important thingy to get. Beautiful. I guess kids are who it's for. I think that's the problem, is a lot of stuff out there is fine for kids because they have small brains. But adults keep trying to continue enjoying kids' content, and they complain that it's not smart enough. It's like that's because you're not a child, ostensibly. Stop fucking ruining content meant for children by invading it with a bunch of adults and having them change it so that... That's a hard problem to keep it entertaining for kids, but make it... The family content is where a lot of the pablum is, but it's also where a lot of the most challenging writing is. Oh! There we go. Do I have another health now? Do I have 5? Did I have 4 before? How many did I have until then? 4 now, I mean. I need a key for that. I can swear there's still key doors throughout the rest of the castle I haven't opened. Yeah, a lot of your life between the ages of 8 years old and 18 is just figuring out where you fit, what you're good at, and where you can fit into society, where you can leverage what you're good at to make money. Seems like that should be a lot of what schools teach you. I guess there are there's like counselors for that, but especially for autistic people. I mean, you're always told money doesn't buy happiness. I guess that's true, but you need money to survive in this world. There should be more focus on, before you worry about how to be happy, you need to eat. And in order to eat, you need to make sure that there's something you can do to earn money. And a lot of education doesn't focus on the single most important thing. There's an owl statue down there. There's some goats. There's a bunch of goats. The computer's still in good condition. Come back here, talk to me, idiot. You little R-word. Where have you been? 3 bean casserole, not enough for one man. I can eat like 20 beans at least. 3 bean. I'm gonna use that one. Only the stationary ones talk to you. I just really wanted to see the show today. Can't let you in until it's closed until all the haze is gone. How did it take me until I was like 30 years old in order to understand what I need to do? And why couldn't that could make money? Why did it have to be writing in the age of AI? I really wish I was a math autist. Math autists have it made. You can just be an accountant. Live a comfortable life. Upper middle class life. Big house. Nice car. I guess I like my car, actually. That's not the issue. Now the problem is just getting eyeballs on my work on a planet of 8 billion people. It's really hard to get noticed. It's really hard to stand out enough that people take notice of you. And you can go years or decades and toiling away in obscurity before you get your big break and you go viral, like the Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl has a fucking manager now. You didn't hear me wrong. She has like an agent. An agent for what? Suck. I can't. I don't want to be lewd on stream. Yeah, you do some stupid nonsense that makes people laugh and goes viral, and suddenly you're an instant celebrity. Like the Cash Me Outside girl on fucking Dr. Phil. She's like a millionaire now. Did you know that? If you didn't want to be, if you weren't already depressed. Bad Baby. Bad Baby is wealthy as fuck now. She did an OnlyFans. And I guess has a music career. It feels very political now, though. Like, who gets to have a good life and who gets to succeed in entertainment is largely down to whether they like you, whether you fit into the club, which is the problem, because I've never fit into any club I've ever tried to be a part of. Because there's always something I disagree with, and clubs generally require you to agree with everything. They want to impoverish people who don't agree with them on absolutely everything. That's not what I'm supposed to do. That is though. I just am full of hatred that Hawk Tuah girl has a fucking agent and I don't. She can't write for shit. Am I unreasonable? Am I the unreasonable one? I just want my dad to be proud of me too, and I don't think he is, and I can't blame him. He doesn't even read my stuff. I gave him the only magazine I'm published in right now is Tales of the Unreal. I gave him a copy of of issues 2 and 3, and he lost the first one. And the second one, he said, "I'll definitely read this. I'll definitely read this." And I found it set down in the kitchen. He'd forgotten about it and gone to bed, which is a little humiliating. It doesn't really make me feel affirmed as someone who's trying to make something of his life. It's also really demoralizing that a lot of authors are not well known while they're alive, and they have to die before they get famous. Fuck. I have to make it to the bubble, don't I? Bitch titties. If my own dad would read my writing and say, "Hey, this is good, you came up with something clever," I would feel a lot better about what I've done with my life so far. It's frustrating. I don't have any doubt in my own abilities because everybody who has read it has said, "Wow, this is great stuff," and they're shocked, and I don't know how not to be insulted that they're shocked, because if they had fucking voluntarily read it, they would have found out it was good stuff, and I wouldn't have had to put it in front of them. It's just that it's a challenge. That's a huge barrier. There's so much crap out there that it's hard to persuade anybody to take a risk on something they don't already know they're gonna like. I'm gonna do it though. I have to. That's the only, like I've said before, that's the only path to a dignified life for me, is to somehow connect what I'm good at to what makes money. I don't want to chase trends though. I want to do what I think is good, and I want people to come to me. Maybe I want too much. Ah, fuck. God, I'm supposed to cut this chain, aren't I? You can't climb chains, but you can do that. thought maybe AI was the key. That since I have the core storytelling ability, I just need to be able to turn it into something people will more readily consume than writing. But people regard it as slop. It all looks like all other AI slop, so there's nothing that distinguishes it and catches your eye. And there's also a lot of bad blood against AI, which is actually completely understandable. Actually, I don't begrudge anyone for feeling that way. I just feel myself deteriorating. I feel myself growing older with not anything to show for it. And brain fog from breathing dusty air. You have to be able to climb this at some point. You have to be able to climb vines at some point. I won't believe that you can't. All right. I think chasing after something that just makes a living that you're not any good at and don't like is a dead end and the wrong way to live your life. That's compromising in a bad way. I don't think you should do that. It's like finding a piece that kind of sort of fits and wedging it in there when it doesn't really fit and it just breaks everything. It's like Happy Gilmore. Have you ever seen that Adam Sandler film? Where his whole life he tried to be a hockey player. And he fucking sucked at it, but that's what his heart was set on, and he kept trying to do it, and then he found out he's actually really good at golf. I don't know about that. There's still a lot of love for creepypastas. There's a whole new generation discovering creepypasta. I've noticed a resurgence in creepcasts and things like that. I do think the reason it's taking off is because it's short form and it is suited to the attention span of the Skibbity Toilet generation. I've been here before. I notice it's a weird feeling. This must be what boomers felt like watching us discover like rock and roll music and shit. Watching Zoomers kind of try to ingratiate themselves into scenes, into fandoms with a lot of old people in it. And trying to demonstrate that their appreciation is authentic. That they're not posers. I welcome them. I think that's a good thing, and I think that's the lifeblood of any fandom is welcoming new people, not being gatekeepy. I'll kill myself if I have to do that. I think that's how I'm supposed to do it. Fuck. Really? You're making me do this? You're making me slowly gain altitude by... God fucking damn it. I hate this. Ah, that's clearly how you're meant to do it. I hate this. Ah, fuck. Why would you do this? Game dev, why? You hate life? Do you hate happiness and color and sound and music? Are you anti all good things in the world? Stop short talk, no! You're painting a picture of a future too terrible to contemplate. I considered doing Minecraft books at one point because that Max Brooks did Minecraft books and was successful at it. And I played enough of the game and told stories. Do you do that? That's a normal thing, right? Whenever you're doing anything that doesn't have a story, you make up a story for it in your mind. I used to do that with action figures. I think we're all storytellers from a young age, and it just gets. Some people just put it down, and other people don't ever put it down. Fuck you! Can you only do it so many times? Oh, it's just an owl. How many... Ugh! Oh, fuck. It stops working after a while. I need to gain more altitude before I start doing it. Why does it stop working? Is there like a time limit to how long you can slide? If I feel so close, is there? If it turns out there's a power-up that lets you slide longer, I'll be very perturbed. BRB. Oh, fucking goddamn it. I'm never gonna do this. It's an obnoxiously demanding game. That's what makes games truly great, though, isn't it? Is that they tell a story while at the same time you don't necessarily even realize they're teaching you shit. And they expect a lot from you, but they also teach you by doing. That's why I think educational games had a great potential as a concept. It's just never been done right. Or rarely done right. There have been a few that I've learned stuff from. Like fucking RimWorld, I learned a lot about nuclear power from. And Kerbal Space Program teaches you a lot about orbital mechanics. So there's a way to do it right, it's just rare. I think we need to get a powered that lets us climb vines. What can I turn my writing into that'll sell more readily? I've tried audio content. I've tried AI animation, went fucking nowhere. Maybe I didn't do it for long enough. AI is still getting better. The Runway Model 3 is astonishing. Especially, it's gotten way better at motion. At moving through an environment without everything fucking turning into nonsense soup. How are you supposed to get up that fucking channel then? What do they think you're supposed to do? Am I doing the right thing? There's no way to get up that high. Oh, almost. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so close! Oh, God. Oh, why? I can't see what I'm fucking doing either. Haha, bitches! Haha! It was possible the whole time. I just had to believe in myself and in the heart of the cards. Can I break this? I can't break this. Was that a mistake? Shouldn't I have gone here? Oh no! Where am I now? Why does life have to be this way? Why can't life be a beautiful dream? Why must it be suffering? Is it something I did in another life? Is it something I did in this life? I think it's wholesome when Zoomers discover stuff that we like. I think we should encourage them. Like, I got started making 3D game levels because of Ika Karinen. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's a Swedish man. He works for Valve now. Living the dream. I got started because I noticed his Quake levels were way the fuck better than everybody else's. Like, he stood out like a sore thumb. Like, I want to be that guy. I want to be the guy who, whenever he drops a creation in the middle of any scene, it's so unbelievably glorious that it dwarfs everybody else's contribution, makes them feel like they should never have tried. The secret to doing that is just don't release anything until you've had a lot of practice. Then you compare very favorably to other quote-unquote beginners, because you're not really a beginner. And you're always ahead of where it seems like you should be. This is what I did with game level creation, and I didn't release the early stuff. I only started releasing stuff once I had enough practice that everything I made was good. And a lot of it's just persistence. It's not quitting. You're not done until it's great. Even if it looks finished, if it's not great, then it's not finished. Which led to absurdly detailed maps, which were actually not good at all. They just looked good. I didn't even really. I thought it was great. I didn't understand what made for a great gaming experience until much later in my life. I just knew pretty equals good. It was also what I used to believe about women. All that glitters is not gold in all areas. I did eventually learn some lessons about design and flow and things like that. I got better at it, but I just wanted to be like the best right away. What I learned from that, if anything, I guess dazzling. Something can be dazzling and still not really be good. Dazzling and good aren't the same thing. Many things can be impressive in one. I mean, they're the kind of maps you'd expect an autistic person to make. Like 2 minutes long. They're incredibly detailed, which was a bad thing to do in an engine which originally had 1,024 sectors before the sector limit got quadrupled. Someone reviewed my maps and actually I didn't praise them, but I learned more from them. They said, if this guy made a car, it would be 1 foot long, it would weigh 3,000 tons, and have like 1,000 valves in the engine. I was like, that hurts, but that's also really accurate. It really made me think about why I did things that way. damn it! Oh, I'm so close. Do I need a double kick to get up there? It looks like I might. I want to cry. That's the ticket. That's how to do it. Oh no! Oh, I made it. That's so tricky. Why make me do that? Dev, do you just hate people? I understand you. I remember going down there was the wrong way to go because I couldn't get back up. This also feels the same way though. I haven't been over here yet. This is boarded up. I can't get in there. I may have fucked myself again. Oh, I can get back up here. Have I been here? Have I been down here? I feel as if I have. That's not the right way to go, I guess. I've been here before. Oh, I went the long way around last time. Not understanding where I was. Not again. I'm tired and losing acuity rapidly. Meow, come here, baby. Oh, baby, little gremlin. Here, little gremlin. There's a little baby. You hear her meow? She's rubbing up on the microphone. Meow? Sing your song in the microphone. Don't just rub on it. She's standing on the desk in front of the monitor. Little yowler. Little scowling demon. Little shadow demon. Little midnight queen. What crimes have you committed? What are you guilty of? Quit dancing around and decide where you want to be. Do you want to be on my lap or you don't want to be on the computer tower? Oh no, because it's warm out. You don't want to be on the heat vent. She loves the heat vent in winter. Okay. Cat time over for now. I have not ascertained what wrongdoing she may or may not be guilty of today, but I guarantee it's something. Maybe she was behind the drum shooting. She should be like the Tomar of this channel, where we just make up increasingly ludicrous crimes to accuse her of. She can't keep getting away with it. This explains a lot of why I went this way. Once you fall down there, it's not easy to get back up. This is how I fucked myself last time. God damn it. I'm gonna have to jump up that fucking channel again. Shit. No fall damage, at least. She's such a little adorable baby. I love my little fur baby. I'm gonna cry so hard when she dies. I surprised myself. I didn't think I'd cry as hard as I did. I don't know why. Just I had almost nothing makes me cry anymore. When Jenny died, I bawled like a baby. I filmed it. I don't know why. I always wonder why people film themselves at moments like that. Now I understand. It feels infinitely important and meaningful while it's happening. I guess I wanted people to share in that. I can't believe some days that she's still gone and that I somehow moved on with my life. She was such an integral part of me, that cat. Like an internal organ, like my spleen or my liver. This is a bad example. I think you can live without one of those. I don't know which one. No, in Penix you can live without. Everyone forgets the humble spleen. I don't like to think about it, but I can't not think about that kind of thing because it feels like sheltering myself from reality, which I've always thought was the most shameful thing in the world to do, is to delude yourself for comfort. Whoa! That's a fork in the road in life where if you go one way, you have to go all the way without going back. And it's a hard road, and I wouldn't choose it. I think if I could do it again. When you get to the end of that habit, though, you can't get out of it. You become as brutal with yourself as you are with the world, and as exacting and demanding of truth in situations where you might wish not to have it, or might wish to ignore it. Insofar as it's possible for a human being like myself to have truth. That's a cinch now. It's the funniest. It's like lifting weight, where what was heavy to you before becomes light in a couple of months. Something that's easy to do. I was almost brought to tears by that not too long ago. Okay, so there's nothing over there. That was a waste of time. There's nothing in this room for me that I can reach. So in fact, the whole time it was correct to go this way. But doesn't this just take me back? No, this takes me here, which I could never get past. There's something I have to do with those two stone pillars. Something to do with wall kicking. Ugh. Come on. Cooperate. This is where I died last time, isn't it? Oh, I almost did it. I almost did it. God damn it. What the fuck, man? How do you do this? Here we go. Maybe that'll help me somewhat. Oh, fuck. Sounds like a weird sex to the FBI van listening. Shit! It's so... almost so easy. There's only like a dash grab. Or now what? Now what? Now what? Now what? We have one more try left. No! I want to. Fuck, shit, God, fucking shit, damn shit, fuck, goddamn shit. This is a good quitting place. We made some progress, kind of. That's all for a funny goat lady game tonight. I wish I'd never been born. That's normal. That's unrelated to the game. The game just reinforces it. Buy Tales of the Unreal 3 on Amazon on your hard copy form. It's got a story you probably already read, or you can read for free on my Substack anyway. But you can see me in print. Tales of the Unreal Volume 3 on Amazon. That's $9. It's got a bunch of other stories from other people in there. So check it out. It's like a pulp sci-fi rag, like Amazon, like I want to say Asimov. I think it's become a higher class in years since. Analog, Clark's World, that kind of thing. I see not even a single dime from those sales, but by the way, I'm getting paid in exposure because that's where I am at right now. As a writer, I'm still getting paid in exposure, and all that entails emotionally. I'm going to get there. The struggle is real, but so is the determination. This is your friendly neighborhood headband signing off, returning you to your regular schedule of sleepy time. And I shall get back at you again on Friday, same time, same channel at 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. West Coast time. And if Short Talk has a channel he'd like to raid right now, now would be the time to do that. That fucking wall kick. There's got to be a way to do that. There has got to be a way to do that. I feel 90% sure I'm on the right path.